Hello, 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 hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think I should start the way I usually start these things, by saying I can't remember what we were doing. I have the memory of a goldfish. Oh, we were solving a murder, weren't we? And also trying to find out who we are, who I am, who he is. See what happens. Right. I can't remember what buttons do what. Tab highlights what I can look at, yes. Oh, what's that? Well, we'll have that. Right. What have we got to do? Sing karaoke is the most important thing, I'm sure. Basically do so much stuff. Ah yes, I need to do that. Do that. Maybe I will just stumble across it. Miracles do happen. You don't know that there won't be a miracle. You don't know that there won't be a miracle. Shush USB noise. Shh. Don't need you. I said shush USB noise. Basically, we just need to go and talk to everybody, I think. Okay. I'm stuck. Where am I? Okay. Talk to this lady again. She was nice. Hello.
Hello again, sweetie.
Oh, I can't ask anything. I'm not going to ask those things. Oh, bye then. Oh, you're new. Oh, did I already talk to you? Maybe I already talked to you.
The worker is in a deep slumber.
Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from, into the primordial darkness.
Maybe he is. But he's of no use to me right now. Okay. Go explore it. Let's go explore it. I don't know how big this area is that I can wander around in, but I've seen very little of it so far. Okay. Let's go this way. I've been this way yet. What's this? A green spotted by some great tectonic force has cracked the pavement like an eggshell. Damage looks like it could have been caused by an earthquake. I mean, that would be a great tectonic force, yeah. An ancient fats and it doesn't pump water anymore. There's a tree in it. Oh, why not? Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slash and rain is almost washed them out. Gonna sneeze.
Life
Oh, excuse me.
doesn't need to be a struggle. I'll be with you in a moment, officer. Let me just finish my sandwich. Talk to angry old René first.
Okay. Hello, René.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
Hello, Pussycat.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to
What
enjoy
flavour
the
soup?
game, alright?
Are you determined to cause as much noise as possible, mister? Is that your plan? Is that your plan? I don't know how much of that the mic picked up. I do apologise for my cat.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
We're all old. I'm old.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first. Ask questions never.
Oh! I hadn't even noticed. But what game?
No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
Physical instrument, I don't think you're... I mean... Give it a go. Give it a go. I think I successed.
You are
don't
immediately
think...
surprised by the ball's lack of weight.
I don't think it's
No,
shot put, my dude.
you
I think
make
it's
it.
more likely to be petanque. Feel the
The
ball.
cold metal ball is surprisingly smooth against your neck. It has a pattern on it. Probably a sponsored ball. Yours would only be covered
It's
with
not
bumps
shot put.
of learning and scars of victory.
Oh, good
Already,
God.
your muscles are adjusting to the weight, the nervous system calibrating, until you and the ball have merged into a single entity.
I mean, this has gone
The
weird
man
fast.
ball is ready. A chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you stand there, feet firmly planted. All sounds, smells, even the wind.
How long's all
everything
this
fades
taking?
Until the only thing left is the union of man and ball. An embodiment of pure motion.
Yeah.
A fine-tuned locomotor running at maximum efficiency.
Oh God, I hadn't noticed that. I'm gonna die.
Behold the fear and confusion reflecting in the eyes of the two feeble geezers. They are in awe of your superiority.
I don't think it's awe.
You are a god to them.
I think it's just terror.
Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
Do it. Oh my God.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit?
Yes, that is what he said.
It wasn't whorehouse of shit. The shot was at least 23 meters, probably 24, and then some. Nothing to be embarrassed about.
What the hell is your problem?
Not a weak right tricep, that's for sure.
I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. It's so goddamn disrespectful.
Sensing anger.
You vandalized our game, son. We can't play petanque with
Ah, I
bull.
knew it was petanque. Oh, I thought it was shot put.
Well, it damn well isn't. It's petanque. You ruined a petanque game. We want our bull back.
Take it easy, René. This is just a misunderstanding, isn't it, officer? No harm done.
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You owe us a goddamn bull.
Okay,
Good.
I'll fix it.
Mistakes are
I need to
forgiven.
find a bull.
Men at least try to right their wrongs. I believe you will try. Now, why did you approach us?
I feel like you guys aren't going to be in the right mood to talk to about this.
Yes, why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
But do they?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement. But this affair has passed me by completely.
And most of the locals?
In Martinez, the union is the law. So can you really blame them?
But you like cops, right?
Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
Is anyone's time better spent discussing politics when they're trying to solve a murder?
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I am an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
'Tis true, sire. He knows nothing.
Why do you call me sire, O brain of mine?
Ah, yes! King Philip III on his steed.
Volumetric shit
A reminder
compresses,
of what Treviso
compressors
once
nearly done.
was.
Yours.
Oh,
Then I can go and inspect the
absolutely.
body.
At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king.
Oh,
Someone who knows how to rule.
hang on. I can hear the sound of what sounds like a cat being about to throw up, so I'll be back in a second. I'm back. She wasn't throwing up, she was just coughing. She's fine. I think she got some of her fur stuck down her throat or something, but she's alright. She's fine now. Right, where were we? What was that about cocaine?
Oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. His egocentricity is borderline legendary.
You can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? That's why the Philippian kings use cocaine for clarity of vision to aid in their work. Regnum cocainum, Revershal's finest years.
Of course. Clarity of vision. Awareness.
Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court medic administered a dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, he was able to connect with higher realms.
Higher realms. Of course, it all makes sense.
Does it though? Does it? Does it?
He's just making excuses for the king's
That's
habits,
what makes sense.
isn't he?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm not
listening.
going further down that rabbit hole. Let's talk about something
Right.
else. You seem to be playing in a crater.
Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game.
Is there an earthquake here?
No. It was left by heavy artillery fire.
Oh, why?
Why what?
Why?
Because that's what happens when communists hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home.
Fair dues. Who are the communals?
Commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. They just chose a name to feel special. Senseless sentimentality.
Did you use artillery
Sadly,
fire?
no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't.
This is a lot of crazy
and we
going
lacked
on
caliber.
for this early.
God bless
in the
him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
I mean, everything's more complicated than that. I should have chosen a place away from people and buildings.
This place is the damn beachhead, son. They had to soften the commies up first.
The beachhead.
Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revershal. Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revershal during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Operation Deathblow sounds grim.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Lovely.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
The coalition.
Don't get me wrong, officer. I hate those foreign dogs, but the enemy of my enemy and all that. They're the lesser evil.
Well, that explains all the war
Damn right,
damage.
son. They laid the fire of hell on the city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame, never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table.
I mean,
let
I
alone
don't
the
even
specific
begin to understand any of this,
surrounding
mate.
What do you think?
People have opinions on these things. Present one.
So, I want to be in their good books, I guess. This one?
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas,
that
boiling
seems good.
cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frissel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
You don't say.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with.
I'm really not paying enough attention to what he's talking about.
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already.
Yeah.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire.
Give it a go.
All you observe is a
Yeah.
veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform. This is not uncommon.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabineers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V before him.
Okay, good.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
Yeah, I get that.
There's something you missed. You will get to it. Don't worry. Volumetric.
Yes, let's go
compressor.
poke some corpses.
Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
Okay. Do I though? Whoops. Hitting my microphone with my drink. Do I probably need more morale? So I probably need to go and buy some. I can't remember what it is that does that, but yeah. Do I want- Don't feel like that is going to be helpful to me. Don't think either of those things are necessarily going to be useful to me. But I did level up, didn't I think. So I don't know. Oh, I don't have enough skill point. I thought I leveled up. I thought I did. I thought. Oh. No, I just got experience. I didn't level up. Okay. Oh. Enormous pool.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Where's it gonna go? Don't leave me, Lieutenant. No. Right, there's a shop somewhere. Where I can buy some. Can't remember what it's called. Stuff. Frites. No pineapples. No, yellow roses.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big Fritta slogan on the back.
Fritta.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white, untouched by harm.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Yeah, there's like an ampule somewhere.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm
Welcome
ready
to
to
Frick.
take on the
Feel
world
free
and I
to
won't
look
accidentally
around or
die.
something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
Oh, what's that
You mean
magazine
this?
you're reading?
This is Pop Stars. It's got like famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
I approve of this. Very
She
futuristic.
pops her raspberry-flavored bubblegum and nods. Her shoulders tense. She shuffles back only slightly. Bewilderment and repulsion root her in place. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half-smile.
Question.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but
Oh,
a warehouse.
secret passage.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
It's important.
She scrunches up her face into an expression of consummate adolescent skepticism.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Dead body?
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so
Did you know
not
him?
really.
So you knew him.
No. I didn't know him at all.
What do you think happened?
I don't know.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around. If you hear anything, let us know, okay?
Okay.
Bye
Uh-huh.
then. Bye then. Right. Let's go poke said dead body. Oh good. Kuno's still here. Yay.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell.
Right.
Emitting it is all it does now.
Let's try this.
Ha ha ha.
What?
Again, the
No.
corpse laughs at you, pus
No.
dripping from its mouth. You will never be able to hold it in. It's always too much. Every time it happens, it gets worse and worse. There's nothing more to throw up now. All that's left is crying and convulsing dryly at the same time.
I just got my shit compressed.
I'm at a loss as well. I could swear your shit was together.
It
detective.
was. It was really together.
Sometimes even that is not enough. Life is unfair.
Well, what now?
Officer, you just need to be stronger. Learn to keep it in long enough for us to work. There's nothing else to do.
Okay.
You can open this white check again by going to your character sheet and spending a skill point to upgrade your endurance. Gain new
Okay.
skill points by exploring and completing side tasks.
Thanks, tutorial agent.
Relax. It's okay if you don't make it today. The bloated corpse isn't.
I mean, that's true. He's really not going anywhere. What's in the box? Take all. That's just hosepipe, isn't it? That's not a highlighted thing. Okay. Oh, that's Kuno some more, because, you know.
Fuck does Kuno care? Pig, do you have any idea how fucking stupid that sounds?
Yeah.
Kuno's cruising his bitch on the town, and the bitch comes back griefing to the Kuno. What is up with that?
Get the fuck out of here, fat ass! Those pants are too small for you.
Oh, you damaged my
The pants are
mum.
totally okay. Don't listen to her. She's trying to give you body image problems.
She
Kuno doesn't
is.
fucking care.
I don't like her. What's that? Can't get there. I don't think we talked to her. We talked to Kuno.
Kuno, the
Too
pig's
much.
getting pretty close to me. Come to snuff my shit out, I think. Looks
Yeah.
like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in.
Yep.
I'm going away for a long, long time, Kuno. Going away for life.
We can but hope.
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
Why aren't you
Stay
vomiting?
away from me, pig. You don't want to see what happens when you corner me.
Alright, alright. Alright. Why is that white? Because I can't try it again. Oh. No? What? I have a confused.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Oh, I can try it again. Oh, because I took to Kuno S. Give it a go.
What's going on?
Nope.
Is an ungovernable you. Like you don't have enough on your plate. You feel a sudden surge of self-pity coming on.
Take the pain, fucko. Take the bad.
Smelling weakness. She loves it.
You heard that, see? Porker wants to talk about how he can't hack this shit. Porker wants to move in with Kuno.
Don't let him move in with us, Kuno.
You have no idea what to say now. You're just going to have to try to change the subject.
No.
Kuno doesn't
off.
fuck.
But I think what I can do is try and get my cloak back again. Let's give that a go. How is everybody, by the way? You all alright? Thursday, isn't it? I think. I don't know, we've had so many bank holidays recently. Yes, Thursday. How are you all on this fabulous Thursday? Let's call it fabulous. Why not? No, why wouldn't we? Let's be positive. Yeah, it's an awesome Thursday.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it? Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous.
The cloak looks like a bag of goodies floating in the
So, I need to strip off a bit, if I remember rightly. My shoes are bad. My trousers, bad.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing.
Even.
No one has claimed it for their own.
Oh, failed again. Even with no trousers on.
No, no.
That sure. Just be careful, okay? Looks like you almost strained a muscle. What are we doing? We're awfully close to breaking into the industrial harbor, or it could be that we are just exploring.
He's thinking you've forgotten where you are again.
I may well have done. Right, let's put my clothes back on. Is that better? Is that better? Musical instrument. I don't know. I don't know what's better. I do feel like having trousers on will help matters though. What is this? I didn't notice this before. Money. Money. I don't think I can get anywhere from here though. Until I can jump and get my cloak. Which one day I will be able to do. All being well. Okay. So, can't inspect the corpse until I've got more. I can't remember what it was that I need for that. What is it that I need for corpse inspect? Endurance. Self-warfare for the police cloak. Empathy for Kuno. Logic for that. I need everything, don't I? Just need everything. Just need everything. Just need to be better at all the things. I mean, it's just like real life, isn't it? Just need to be better at all the things, and then life will be easy. Okay, let's do some more exploring. See what else there is to see.
This Postler Vantorie mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
Good mail delivery box.
The box seems happy.
Good.
Eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and best set mailbox also.
Been there. Been there.
The mail collection box seems cathartic, thankful even. So do you. You shudder, then you swallow.
Well. Yay? Oh, it's a bookshop. I mean, it is
sir.
raining.
Step right in. The store is open.
Hello.
Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
Can I ask you some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What's your
My
name?
name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
You're standing out here in the cold.
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
So you are a human open
A
sign.
sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
You're cold.
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
I don't know. Such a good trooper you are.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store.
Shouldn't you be in school?
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
Isn't going to school more important?
Mum says it's necessary to do both
Ooh.
because it builds character. Mum says a proper worker is dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed.
Cursed, you say?
Behind her, the window has been boarded up. You sense the boards creaking, twisting for a second, and some kind of doubt in her tense shoulders.
Cursed?
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go...
Bankrupt.
Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
I don't think curses are real.
They shouldn't be, but they seem real. Anyhow, they say that these grounds are doomed for businesses.
It's just regular and selling of things. Regular trading and selling of things, child. It doesn't work out for most people.
Of course, sir.
Crime.
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
That's what I do.
And it's kind of like a puzzle too. You can guess who the criminal is or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman.
You don't look much like a policeman.
What does one look like then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
But I am Dick Mullen. They said so when I phoned the station. It's your head. That's
Head?
important.
Yes.
Not head, child. Heads.
What? There are millions of different people out there and you have to get in their heads. Sometimes you've got to be the killer to... I don't want to say that to her.
Isn't that very dangerous? Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you.
I mean, that's true. That is
Maybe
true.
you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
Okay. I'm going to deduce something.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden,
Why is that?
Why is that?
What do you mean, sir?
She knows where this is going.
I'm here to help.
She looks around anxiously. Her hands remain folded in front of her. She doesn't want to show them. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you with little interest. A facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals.
It's okay.
She brings out her reddened hands, her nails frayed, nearly chewed down to the flesh.
You bite your nails.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded?
There were a few other hints.
Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
Maybe I can figure out why you bite your nails.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
You're uptight because of your mother and the pressure she's
Maybe
putting
so,
on you.
sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't.
Either way, another ace another ace deduction by the #1 detective in town.
It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
Okay. Deduce me.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
How do you know I'm usually not?
Because you usually aren't.
I'm also sad and my head
I'm
hurts.
sorry, sir. I hope things get better soon.
There she stands, swaying on her feet, assaulted by the early spring breeze. She smiles at you. The whole situation suddenly feels familiar, somehow.
There's something you're missing.
What am I missing?
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
You know me?
Yes, I stand in this spot all the time. You've been running around all week without your shirt on, sir, apologising to everyone. I don't really understand what you've done wrong.
Did I ever talk to you?
Of course, you've stopped by a few times. You certainly look better than the last time I saw you.
I look like shit.
Yeah, but you don't have party eyes anymore.
Party eyes. Yes, of course. That makes sense.
Party eyes?
I'm not surprised children have seen you running around with party eyes on, he thinks. Not at all.
Party eyes?
You know, like a cat in the dark, all big and wide-eyed. It certainly looks odd on a man.
The swiveling eyes of a loony drug addict. That is what she meant. You were probably gurning too.
Oh dear.
Fuck yeah. You should get some party
No!
eyes right
No
now.
electrochemistry.
Snap those sequins
No.
on you, boy.
No.
Oh, baby, that's not what you have to worry about. Worry about the important thing.
So why didn't you tell me you knew me to begin
I
with?
didn't know I had to do that.
I mean, fair. Okay.
I'm glad I could help you, sir.
Romance.
It's the type of book where there's a rich lady and she has to choose between the good man and the bad man.
Yeah, not wrong
Or
there.
there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir.
Hmm. What about when the man and lady business doesn't work
I
out?
haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum.
Maybe I will.
I'm sure she can help out. Anything else you're curious about?
What about when
That's
everyone's
really
poor?
not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life.
Sometimes you have to write about real life things.
Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end.
What about a poor man getting a rich
happens.
lady?
But usually the guy gets rich in the process, or should actually be rich himself, but has lost his family property unjustly, like during the revolution or something.
I see.
Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end.
What about when both of the men are bad?
These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that.
Even if it's written really well?
Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting.
Okay.
Maybe
that's
some
enough
about
romance.
other books?
Famous
Oh,
people.
kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers, or musicians, those kinds of people. There's usually something extraordinary about them. I think that's why people read them, to find the secrets of their fame.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
Reading them doesn't make them more famous, does it?
But it does make the famous people more famous.
That is true. Maybe someone will write a book about me
Why
one
would they
day.
do that, sir?
Why, indeed. What use am I?
You're not that old. Maybe you'll do something really important, something that wows the world.
You're very kind.
Yes, sir.
Okay, bye.
Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the market, past the Boogie Street spearhead to the other side of the lake, the frozen eye at the center of the district. Then past the video rental store on the corner. There, at the end of a street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone. And so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now.
Well, that was lovely. So now I'm not learning anything, and I can't unlock anything else yet. I can't learn many things, really. I mean, there's lots that in theory I can learn, but I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've only got 8 more slots. Interesting. Probably should have been more selective about what I was learning, but hey ho. What was that? What was that? That was a thought. What book? Let's buy some books.
Small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral related merchandise.
Let's have a look.
An endless variety of source books, lore books, and codices litter the table. The topmost book is titled Welkin Compendium, 2nd edition. There's also a large hardbound tome with intricate cover art, The Hunters of Catawak, Boreal Creature Compendium, and a Pick Your Path adventure game book titled Tales of Wirral, Cavern of Velkrag. Books in a board game section? Who wants to read books?
Anything that catches my eye?
There's a box that says Wirral, 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel notes a fantastique adventure board game, new maps and miniatures. A sticker on it displays 25 real.
Well,
that
we can't
price
afford
is
that.
steep, but then it's the 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplement.
That is true.
So it makes sense. Nonsense for anemic Beano-clads.
Beano-clads?
Wonderful board games, sir. The Viticulturist is a classic for sure, or perhaps you'd like Archipelagos of Insulinda, a very educational game for those interested in geography. Browbritter is a fun game of economic competition, but can get quite intense after a while. We have games for the whole family. You can play with your children.
Who are you going to play board games with? Do you have friends or family?
Do I have children?
It certainly feels like whatever you are will die with you.
Don't feel as if I have any kids.
Friends are technically like family.
Don't think I've got any of those either.
For playing with friends, I'd recommend Suzerainty. It's a civilization building game where you build a civilization, then set off to brutally colonize and repress other civilizations. It'll cost 12 real.
That's too much for me.
Lousy auras there. No, role-playing games are popular among those types. You know, who are into those kind of things. Personally, I don't like it. Not at all. I've heard they turn people into occult enthusiasts.
Yeah.
That they have rituals where they try to summon entities. Highly immoral stuff. You can still buy them, though.
You don't approve, but you'll happily take people's money who do. Fair enough.
Welcome to Crime, Romance and Biographies of Famous People. My name is Plaisance.
You need...
Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
Can I bring in the energy of not leaving children outside in the cold, please, and also give me
Sir,
some money?
Don't be ridiculous. I certainly will not give you money. I would be doing you a grave psychic disfavour.
It's worth a try, though, isn't it?
One has to earn one's success, even if one is a police officer. Handouts are nothing but manipulation. All they do is make you dependent.
Certainly there are good things to be said about dependence.
Would forge ties between us working
Now,
people.
hey there. Sounds like someone isn't taking responsibility for the energy they bring into this space.
Nope, no responsibility whatsoever.
Fighting enemy. My philosophy is everyone just getting along. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
Your daughter's standing outside the store, right?
Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in science fiction. Tell me, was she at her post doing her job like a proper girl?
Yes, she was.
Wonderful. Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Great. On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy...
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
10.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette.
I get she's a trooper, alright? She looks like she can take it, but it's actually been wearing her down. You know, she's been biting her nails.
God. I've told her not to do that. It's such a disgusting habit. She'll get over it. Anxiety is a part of life.
You seem like a lovely woman.
A part of hers too, clearly.
Don't think she can do
She
anything
can,
about
if
it.
she has enough willpower. This is what's called growing pains. Life isn't easy. Life doesn't give breaks.
No, but you can make it slightly easier for her.
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
What you're doing is wrong. Even I know that, and I usually don't know anything.
She stands stiff and severe, silently fuming. She's looking for one, but there simply aren't any good arguments for being an asshole.
True.
Oh no. Hold on. I need to invite her inside and apologise. She must be freezing out there.
Good.
There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
You're like a net to your husband and your mother.
Oh, well, my mother was horrible, of course. Absolutely perverse energies around that person. But my husband...
My husband is completely different, of course.
She told me she doesn't go to school anymore.
She's been too busy helping me here. So she studied at home this trimester. This is a temporary solution, of course. I assure you, I of all people understand the importance of education. She will be back in school the moment the store takes off.
And if it doesn't?
And hell freezes over? Never mind. It's not a good topic to get into.
Is this husband Annette's father?
Yes. My husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. No matter. Soon we'll both be off for Grand Caron.
What's Grand Caron?
It's a proper place to live. One of the most peaceful neighbourhoods east of Jamrock. You may know it for its massive housing projects.
I know that Jamrock has rocks and jam.
Most of the buildings are empty at the moment. It's a great opportunity to get ahead of the crowds. Better times ahead for sure.
And your husband's involved with the bookstore?
He made the initial investment. Since then, he's been what you might call a silent partner.
Super silent, almost inaudibly so.
Is Annette an only child?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. It would be nice if she had... No, we couldn't have afforded more children, really. Not in this economy.
A glimmer of sadness blinks through the well-crafted exterior.
Of course, yes. This economy.
Exactly.
The woman looks aloof, her features much softer. Occasionally she glances at her daughter's silhouette.
What if I want to buy a book?
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Go, go.
She smiles and nods.
Farewell for now, book peddler. What's this curtain?
You see a set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room. A strange cage-like trinket dangles from the curtains.
Mysterious.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
Examine the trinket.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. Inside, a disturbing fish head with empty eye sockets stares at you. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck, bad dreams, curses, and other supernatural scourges.
Who are the Seminese?
Inhabitants of Ile de Fantôme, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fish head charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Shopkeep. What's behind the curtains?
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you?
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell on you, urging you to buy more books. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
I'm going to open the curtains.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtains, the petrified voice of the shop owner cries out once more.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't be held
Parapsychologically
responsible for the
speaking.
consequences. It's too dangerous.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Pusscat, come here. You just want to cause chaos, don't you, mister? I'm a police officer.
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
The
The curtains
powers.
do seem frail suddenly, not robust enough to contain a slippery darkness.
I'm going in.
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this through before you decide to do anything extreme.
Talking is always good. There is something mysterious about the curtains. Be careful. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
No, I'll go and talk to her first. Tell me about the
Hello
curtains.
again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Curtains?
I already told you, it's just a storage room for employees. I don't understand why it's so important to you.
Well, then let me
Just
see.
let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books.
Oh, why does it have a Seminese ward protecting it?
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine.
No.
It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said.
I knew
They
it.
don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Why didn't you just tell me
It's
straight
not
away?
good to talk about the curse, not in detail. The negativism, it's dangerous. Talking about the void wraiths angers them.
The void wraiths.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
I do.
Such wraiths may prove a formidable enemy. Suit up.
How does this curse manifest
The
itself?
curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease, eating at the very foundation. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Annette's mentioned that some previous tenants have experienced some financial
It's not just
troubles.
that, officer. We're dealing with something supernatural here. It's the cacodemons, feeding off bad business
Cacodemons?
practices and disappointing income statements. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
Sounds familiar.
I feel unwanted too. What does it mean?
Truly so? Perhaps the dark energies are leeching off you. You shouldn't stay in the store too long. It may be dangerous.
Have you sought help from anyone?
Yes, I've contacted numerous parapsychologists and even a pair of Simonese mediators. They provided me with the wards. The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the darkness that lies further in the building, even though now I fear it's not enough.
Is your pendant part of the wards?
Oh, this? No, it's a special Himian amulet, blessed by desert pygmy shamans with a spell of compulsion. It's to compel people to buy books.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different inducement spell, for example. It's guaranteed to boost sales. 15%!
I mean, 15% of 0 is still 0. So...
Desert pygmy shamans. That sounds like a rather questionable way to describe a group of people.
It does, doesn't it?
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess.
Okay, so I
Stay
need to
away.
get familiar with the psychic arts.
Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective.
Drama, you're right. Oh.
Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend.
No, that...
Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Yeah.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before.
I have returned from the void, a power detective from a long line of power detectives.
You're no paradetective. You look nothing like one. And you're clearly a drinker. Pardon me for being so blunt, but...
You look like one.
I do
The
look like
lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook. Go ahead then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
Spiritual realm is parapsychologically taxing.
How do you know all this?
My brain tells me things and then I say them.
Here we go.
I don't know. Yes.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere chance. The hand of fate guides us.
Oh, it does.
But I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe? I can't allow any collateral damage to hit us.
Kim will vouch for me, right?
Oh, certainly so, ma'am. I can assure you my partner is eminent in this particular field.
Well done, Kim.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
On my
Thank
honour.
you, sir. There's one more thing I haven't told you about yet. The entity.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
Of course, the entity, for I have sensed its presence.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that
sounds
she
about
lives
right.
inside the chimney?
Yeah, the passage between heaven and hell.
Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains. God knows what she's doing there.
I don't think she's a witch, though, eh?
Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is the source of this curse? Here's the key to the warded door behind the curtains. Take it. Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin.
Oh, good.
What
I
you
look forward to it.
discover? Probably just some office space. Don't be scared.
Okay, but please, only a few questions.
Okay, never
The woman looks aloof.
Okay. Oh. Oh, we can talk to her again now. Hello, are you warm now? Did I do a good?
I'm sorry, sir. I can't.
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to get rich. Better than standing outside in the cold, I guess. Oh, I found something while you were away.
I wasn't away, but sure.
I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective does.
Nice.
Yes, I bet it looks good on you. Really serious. Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum notices. Man, this is hard.
Got a hat? Nice. Nice. I like it. Right, I'm going to go and look upstairs.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. You see the name Dick Mullen over and over. Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives.
Yeah.
Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Oh God, no.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposed
Tome of fascist magic.
The plaque on the shelf reads, Biographies of famous people. You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell. Browsing through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. It's all just vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook.
Oh, what's it about?
High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other.
Right.
Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a run-down drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long. I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is commerce.
I think I'm realising why she doesn't sell anything.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda,
Oh, this
a
is
map
where I
of
can get
Revachol,
my
and a map of
a map
Martinez.
from. That would be so useful.
This large map displays archipelagos. You see a constellation of small dots on the light blue emptiness of the Insulindic Ocean. The largest in the northeast is La Caillou. You are here. Another far away in the southwest, Seminese Islands, Ile de Fantôme, Ozon, Laurentide, Fas a la Mer, Archipelagos, North Arcade Islands, all just specks of dust on the vastness of the Insulindic. On the edges of the map, the color fades into a blur of dotted lines, black and white, disintegrating into mathematics. In the northeast, a dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou in a bookstore. It's you.
Can you see cities?
You can. On Caillou, Revachol, a single black star. On Ozon, Fondelier, and Vilmandu. On Archipelagos, Croyan-Moran, Villiers. On Seminine, Olduvai, and on Laurentide, Deora of the Seven Seas. Lost little pearls of light, tiny fires in the dark. 850 million people live on these little dots, an oceanic world of culture and commerce torn apart by history.
Look at the edges.
The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosines and azimuths, all pointing into pale nothingness. Windy is the north azimuth. Grad is the northeast azimuth. Samara is the east azimuth. Seo is the west azimuth. Isolas, they're called. Connections to other worlds. Words past the Insulindian, unknown to you. You only know you've never been there. You have little idea what they are. Distant stars, gods, but looking at them makes you feel almost non-existent. Whatever they are, the Isolas are immeasurably large compared to you, and very, very far away. Perhaps they are gods, gods of distance and outer dust. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the River Esperance. Countless bridges put the shards back together, connecting city blocks to river islands. La Delta says a great artificial heart in the center, teeming with life forms and construction. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the suburbs of Saint-Baptiste, swallowed up into the megacity. They sound rich to you. This is Revachol East.
And west.
Hudon, it's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad, and much larger. Then Coal City. It's the worst. You feel you're just west of Coal City, somewhere above Jamrock and close to Coal City.
Martinez.
It's not really a map. It's a tourist thing. A picture postcard with buildings on it, drawn from an isometric perspective. A date in the upper right corner says 48. Still, it's detailed.
We're in 51,
Could
right?
be pretty useful for scouting ahead. You see the jagged boxes of an industrial harbour, even the whirling in rags there.
Can I buy these
I'm
maps?
sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not
Please
for
be
sale
5 or
anymore.
less, please
And
be 5 or
besides,
less.
you could scarcely afford them.
You don't know what I can
They're
afford.
quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though.
Why is it so
That
cheap?
old thing. It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
The place does not look like a successful tourist trap, does it?
What happened then?
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business.
I will buy
Always
it.
good to be informed of your surroundings.
Cool. So can I look at it? Look at that policeman cloak. Oh. Oh, I see. So I've only really been in this little bit.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
Let's have a look.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named Matthias W. Dundas. It's about wholeness, unity, balance. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services.
How does that work?
It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer anyway, without even curing your cold or anything.
Oh, those sorts of
Wholeness, unity, balance, on the other hand, can basically take care of anything. Though it is important to note,
what?
when it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
It's true, it's true. Say anything else?
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium.
Oh,
It even lists plants you can harvest magnesium from. How to continue drinking if you're an alcoholic who has destroyed
this sounds
his
like a
liver.
book I need.
And there's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. Nothing worth buying. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Give it a go.
The throbbing in your head
Oh.
increases with every passing moment you gaze at this shelf. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pale.
The pail.
The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted.
What's it about?
The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pale, also known as le territoire. For example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venik or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pale.
Sounds invigorating.
It is, and good for the circulation too.
What else?
It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pale. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pale and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on the potency desired.
Okay, and what does it do?
Among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver to perfect health.
That's what I need.
That seems improbable.
I should probably get my hands on some of that. What else?
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pale, though a sidebar cautions readers to limit each stroll to less than an hour. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins, especially if the perambulator performs this ritual in the nude. Nudity figures prominently in a number of these prescriptions.
Oh, it always does. I mean, I did take my trousers off before I tried to jump over.
This
the
is
thing,
exactly
so,
what you need.
It is exactly what I need.
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling to perform their marital obligations.
I probably need that.
Excuse me, sir. I believe you've been perusing that particular volume long enough.
I can
If you'd like
just
to continue
afford
reading,
it.
I must insist you buy it.
Okay,
Please. Something about that book does seem to have spoken to you.
it do.
Well, I hope it contains what you're looking for.
Me too. Let's have a look. Where's it?
Medicinal Purposes of the Pale. The cover of this heavy tome features a number of esoteric symbols. Flipping through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the pale. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book.
What's a pharmacopoeia?
You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials,
God damn those
readers will
experts
find
and their
assembled here
so-called
the
clinical
timeless wisdom
trials.
relied upon by generations of traditional Seolite medicine practitioners, Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors. It's all quackery, in other words.
Mm-hmm. But if it helps.
Finally, something to calm the angry spirits that have been plaguing you. It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the plant, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies.
Okay, anything about restoring lost memories?
There are a number of CO-like tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but nothing that speaks to your condition.
Anything about curing an apocalyptic hangover?
There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from the ingredients listed here. Want to give it a shot?
Yeah, let's see what you got.
First, you need to choose a base ingredient.
Whoa, cat falling off my lap. I don't... ginger
Next,
root.
you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Whiskey.
Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Sugar.
You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. According to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase your energy and focus, though, in your experience, it's only done the opposite. Would you like to try again?
Yeah.
Very well. First, choose a base ingredient. Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle. Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to add? You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger.
I didn't put whiskey
According
in it.
to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase your energy and
Put
focus.
tea.
Though, would you like to try again?
Yeah.
Very well. Next, you'll need to combine the
Aloe
Lastly,
vera.
is there anything... You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey. Would you like to try again? Very well. Next, you'll need to combine... Lastly, you've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. Would you like to try? You close the book and find yourself staring at the familiar cover.
Don't understand why they were all identical no matter what I chose. Makes no sense. Map. Okay. Time to go and... Oh, hang on, what's this? Time to go and do some supernatural investigation, I guess. What was that? 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 Everyone knows the most interesting thing about fascists was their magic. Well, yeah. Everyone knows that. Fascism and
You
magic
see
go
a
hand in
set
hand.
of
It's just
tattered
another word for
curtains
magician.
blocking the
right?
way to another room. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
In we go. Oh. Where's Kim going?
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of Seminese trinkets and charms. It appears to be locked.
We've got
After
key.
exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly open, letting a draft of cold air into the room.
Let's go in. Dun dun dun. Huh. Well, that wasn't as. Was it?
What is this place?
Looks like a gym.
Yes, but no one's been here in ages. I doubt the electricity still works. Good thing we have a flashlight on us. Don't forget to take it out of your bag before we move on.
An eerie feeling rises in your chest.
Nah, it's just.
Sounds good.
Just normal. Torch. The tools. Torch. Whoa. Oh. Mm. Oh, is that a pool? Yes! Got a bull for the bull, guys. Citius Fortis Altus. Faster, higher, stronger, faster. I don't know. One or all bombs. It's a bull. Yes. I'll do some weightlifting.
A barbell lies on the floor. The color has worn off its weight plates. It's 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of these weights. Show the world what kind of beast it's dealing with. Lift them. There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard. Why does it feel so familiar?
Look, it's a trap.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then.
What kind of bastard would just remove the collars?
It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
Is this familiar because I'm a weightlifter?
It's not that. It's the stale smell of rubber, the squeaky sound of sneakers, your bruised knee against the mat, and a whistle. Then the feeling is gone. It's just a memory from another life, when you were young and fit.
I'm not gonna try because I need more physical instruments. I don't know, does anything bad happen if I try and fail?
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog
Bad
for its
happens
master.
if I try and fail. This is gonna be bad. We knew it.
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beast, just an old man with bad form. See? This place is cursed.
Nah, I'm just a little out of shape.
Wearing gloves would definitely make it easier.
That is cheap. That's cheap. All I needed was some gloves. You're very clever, Kim. Go up here. Got anything else to say?
Yes?
I thought that was a body then. It's a weird thing to have in the back of your shop. Oh, hello. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, I don't like mannequins. Where are the clothes that used to just...
Your flashlight slides over an old green chalkboard covered in scribbles, sketches, and schemes, like some ancient cave mural.
That's the, like the game.
Some of the writing has faded with age, but you can still make out sections here and there. Photos and drawings have been pinned to the board.
I mean, we're going to inspect all
These
of it.
lithe, pointy-eared creatures appear to be different types of welkins. You make out autumnal candle welkins, casting wax-based magic.
Wax-based magic,
Translucent
hey?
welkins, with organs shining under their skin. And even ether welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind?
No, it's that game.
You
she's
should
selling
adopt one of those
downstairs.
welkins as your persona.
Oh, I should.
No longer a mere man, but a welkin.
Oh, I should.
One of the welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be
This
different,
welkin?
however.
Let's have a look.
It's Vara Hamira, a high welkin.
Thought it was.
His face white and scarred like cracked marble.
Definitely
this is
Vara
clearly
Hamira.
a welkin supremacist. The note says, All non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
One of them is a Welkin supremacist.
Political commentary. That one has a great beard too.
Why do anyone spend so much time
Some
on this?
people really like building a world, I think. Even if it's just for a game.
Weirdos. Who are these creatures?
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real.
Well, this has been educational.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone.
Photos.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried-up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. You see primitive oil rigs built into glaciers, boreal dvorg, yurts under the snow, great mammoth-like beasts of burden.
And these are photographs.
A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Schedule.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money. Minimi stands for a mini meeting. It's part of a bigger framework for managing work called RUN. Station 41 tried to implement it a few years ago, but failed.
Oh, it's like sprint. No.
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
So this is the company that makes that game that's like D&D that they were selling downstairs, right?
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details." The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: "Call in, tune out," "Wirral untethered," and "Heat death of the universe."
Okay. Okay. Don't know how this is going to help me solve the murder, but I'm enjoying
This
my little
appears
self.
to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
A radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
Shall I turn
We
it
had
on?
one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Just
The
turn it on?
machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
What's inside?
It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected.
This is where the memory should go.
Play.
Nothing happens.
Play.
Nothing happens.
Play.
Nothing happens.
Play.
Nothing happens.
Print.
Nothing happens.
Print.
Nothing happens.
Print.
Nothing happens.
Play.
Nothing happens.
I guess I need to find the thing that goes in it.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. The whole thing resembles Cadran mosaic tiles. Very pedantic.
How do I know what Cajun mosaic tiles are supposed to look like?
History classes, students with their textbooks open, studying the roots of our civilization. Those aquarelle blue tiles looked beautiful in the sun.
Okay, but these aren't those. So what are they?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. sparse, and cryptic.
Radio frequencies for what?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
Medical?
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled the Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants.
Okay, the Game Master. That's Mark Mercer, right?
Someone very important.
He is.
The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people.
Okay.
A conductor for the hundreds of story threads that pass through the Game Master's frequency.
Who's playing?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. All of this is gone, left unrealized. There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My God. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Why do you say that?
The schedule. I know doom when I see it. The company was
Hey,
running out
Villa.
of funding.
What's up?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
How you doing, Villa?
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
I'm in what feels like a cursed attic where they were trying to make Dungeons and Dragons over the radio and failed. It's just a failed business. What the hell were they making?
Yes, that is the question. It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games. Only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Ah, work stress. You excited? How are they planning
Through
to do
call-in
it?
stations. None of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio.
The insanity of playing games, playing role-playing tabletop games with people you're not in the same room as. I mean, I play D&D with people I've never met, and I've been playing D&D with them for like a year and a half, and I've never met them. But hey. How else are you supposed to yell at them? We have to bring our own snacks, but we do voice chats while we play. Like we play on Discord over voice chat. So we can yell at people.
Then there's the Game Master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Has anyone done it before?
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry.
Not in Revachol West, among the ruins.
But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an interstellary game before. We just don't have the technology.
Interstellary? That's a hard word to say. And it was a role-playing
Indeed,
game.
those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Super cool. Someone should give them millions of real immediately.
Yes.
This game is too good to be
I have
left
3
unfinished.
real, so I can't. But someone should. What happened to the
No
company?
idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Too many meetings, not enough doings.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but
Let's finish it.
it's too late for that, I'm afraid.
But I want to.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Okay. But we could have made... No, don't go through there. Yeah, what's this? Yeah, developers of the most advanced RPG in the universe. But where's the entity that lives in the chimney? We haven't found her yet. She sounds fun. Oh, yoink. Sounds like a pretty good RPG, yeah. And if it's the best one in the universe, then... Yeah.
You see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red.
Weird.
The bear looks oddly realistic. Is it taxidermy?
Yeah, the little cold girl got me the hat because I stopped her being cold. Open the
A
door.
gust of freezing cold air rushes to greet you. You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside. His hand has found the holster of his gun.
Oh, it might be. It might be a jab at Coca-Cola. It's a fridge.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge.
Yeah. Normal, right?
Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers with the brand name, Revachol Ice City. A handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
I do feel like there's wasted space there. Like the door could have been taller. It's not as huge as it could be. Also, you don't keep ice cream in the fridge. You keep ice cream in the freezer.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
Yay! I got fridge magnets. Is it? Oh, I can't look.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
I wouldn't expect it to. Why is it?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
It do. Have they tried to sell ice cream from it?
What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with energy. The electricity bill on this thing must be catastrophic.
I feel like we ought to unplug it, really.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active. Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe.
What?
You'll find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP.
Oh,
it's important.
That's what I need.
I'd do it myself
I need that.
if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care.
And wait,
Silly swap.
the illiterate ginger kid, that's Kuno, right? He's ginger and a kid, and I doubt he can read. Oh, also Villa, I tried to look at the corpse again and threw up some more. It's not going well. Probably, but we've met one. So I'm
Looks
going to
like someone
assume.
from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised. they just
Even
left their
yeah, my
property
shit
lying
is
there.
my shit is as compressed as it's getting, and still threw up. Even Kim said that my shit seemed together, and still, yeah, it just didn't happen. They had to leave in a hurry.
That's a plausible hypothesis.
What's
It
filament
belongs
memory?
inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes.
I do
right?
listen to disco
It's like one of
tapes.
your disco tapes, only for a computer.
Illiterate ginger
Really?
kid.
You don't have a single guess?
I do!
Oh, I'm sure that
Who
child
knows?
would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn
Kim
it for
agrees
speed,
with me, Vela.
based on our encounter. I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Oh yeah, before we took to Kuna and everything. Here, ice cream maker. Oh, is that an ice cream maker? I don't know what an ice cream maker looks like.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace,
Ah.
coloring it pitch black.
It is the exact opposite of an ice cream maker. Yeah. Yeah. We should gather up as many illiterate ginger kids as we can before settling on one.
Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
I mean, does it though? Does it? Inland Empire, you're a bit weird. Smear your hands with coal? What?
It's dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice, or several voices, talking to each other. Near the smoke chamber, upstairs.
That's the witch that lives in the chimney.
What are you doing?
I hear the murderer. I don't know. I can hear someone talking upstairs.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Should investigate. See if someone's upstairs.
Hello.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bell
Probably
echoes
shouldn't have done
throughout
that.
the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then,
Hello?
you've awakened the entity.
Are you there? Speak to me.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
It's not haunted. The lady said a witch lives in the chimney, so it'll be the witch that lives in the chimney. Yeah. Yeah, I did.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain being pulled aside.
After you, officer.
Place isn't haunted, no. Why? I kind of want to smear my hands with coal. I don't know why. I don't know why. But it's an option. And
A
I do
lush
it.
layer of coal now covers your skin, sinking into the wrinkles. Your hands look ancient. Maybe you could paint something with this coal. Leave a cave painting for future archaeologists.
Oh,
No,
if only I
that
passed.
would be stupid. Still, it's good to have this dirt on you. Real men wear coal for makeup.
Real men wear coal for makeup. That is true. That is true. Ice cream maker? Ice cream maker! How do I open it then? How do I... How? I wanna... How? Hidden doorway, you say? Oh.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good
Oh, a
grip.
pry bar, you
Pry bar
say?
would come in. If you want to try again, then you need to have the pry bar in your hand.
Yes, 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 all right.
Equip the pry bar
Yes,
by
yes,
going
yeah,
to
yes,
the tools tab
yes.
in your
Thank you,
inventory.
tutorial
that-
lady. Yeah, yeah. I know how to do that. Thanks.
This orange machine is buzzing like an old submarine. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner on top and an electric freezer that appears to be frozen shut.
Don't think I want to try. It might break the pry bar.
Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams.
Stirring my
In the
childhood
distance, you
dreams.
hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
An entrepreneur, you say? I'm not going to try that. I don't think, because I might break the pry bar.
2 cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby. Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
I don't know.
The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything. An electric sizzle. The room is slightly quieter now.
I don't know why I do things, Kim. Just the game gives me options and I click
This
them.
orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Okay, that's helped a bit. Not a lot. What do you think? Should I try it or not? Don't think I've got... no, I need some more skill points to level up anything. I could try it again, but if it breaks the pry bar, that's my only worry. Oh well. Biscuit for a biscuit.
The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well, but the lid simply won't budge.
No, it's Kim's pry bar. What is this?
You see the pry bar's metal handle bending
No.
right before your very eyes.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open.
Advanced?
I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Says you.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough. Then we will know what's in this mysterious ice cream maker.
Yeah, we will. Okay. A gun? I haven't got a gun. I haven't found my gun yet. My gun is missing. Ooh! Ooh! A drama! Yeah. Clinically insane. Yeah. Kim has got a gun. But it didn't give me the option, did it? I don't think. Alright. And then we're back out here again. Okay, so... So... where do I find the nice lady who lives in the chimney? Oh, there's a door there. 2 rusty rifles, you say?
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Shine a light.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting. Do you want to take a look?
Yes.
Your hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Rifles!
Are these any good?
Inspect.
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest. But one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
Now, everything I know about bolt-action rifles, I learnt from Arthur Morgan.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
Where are we?
Seems like an old bunker from the Revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
But what does it mean, a rifle here?
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
He likes this find.
I did a thing that Kim likes. That's not normal. Cool. Also, no, I'm not crawling up the furnace. I've already got coal on my hands for reasons that we don't need to go into right now. Okay, so I switched off the fridge. What does that do? Save someone some money.
The bear's eyes are dead and empty.
Oh,
Ice inside the fridge slowly melting.
poor bear. I love how it says low on health, put points into endurance, like I have infinite points that I'm just not bothering to spend. I think I came this way. What's this? Money. Thank you kindly. Oh. Skis. Slipstream, hey?
Tiles on the cube are still small. Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Play.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. Have you stirred the ghost of the doomed commercial area from its rest?
Inland Empire,
Could this be
you
its
are as
dismembered
bad
heart
as...
beginning to flutter?
What's the one that keeps trying to screw me over? Electrochemistry. Just chill your beans.
The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting into the air.
Good evening, Fortress Accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
What's the
The
production
filament
schedule?
you have inserted into the reader.
Okay.
That was a question. Have you inserted it into the core?
Yes.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Password. Of course it would have a password. That's why there's a human administrator involved.
I'm bad
No.
at passwords.
A hint system is not part of the protocol
Yeah, I got
for
that,
repeater
thanks.
stations.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder Fortress Accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
I don't really
Now,
want to wait for
can
that.
you please repeat the password? Still no.
I don't know the
Received.
password.
I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Why are you calling me Fortress Accident?
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Do you have any other information?
One moment. Fortress Accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
That's not bad.
So conceptual.
Any other questions?
Are you a machine?
Yes, I am alive. I am 74 years old and my name is Yvonne.
Hello, Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
It really does. Where are you? How do you know?
I work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress Accident.
D'accord.
As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Yeah, I don't know why they'd need so much money. I don't know what it would involve setting it up in, like, this world. Oh, doesn't it get lonely?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
Talk to people like
That's
me.
why she does this.
Oh.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I can do, Fortress Accident.
No, that's all. Thank you very much, Yvonne.
Thank
You've
you.
been lovely.
And goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smouldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
Print.
Nothing happens.
Oh.
The filament slides out of its glowing
Okay.
nest.
Well, we'll have that back. Leave. I don't know if it's poor Yvonne. She sounded happy.
Looks like someone tried to reconceptualize their business here.
You what now?
Look, the skis and rotor blades both bear the same Slipstream logo. It seems likely that they started out making one, failed to turn a profit, and then pivoted to producing the other.
Which did they start with and which did they
That's a
pivot
good
to?
question.
What a strange leap of imagination.
Reality is ruthless.
Well, indeedy. That's where I came from. I think. Is it? Or is this where I came from? No. Euclid's. Why do you want to line the keyboard? Sadly, this game uses the keyboard, mister. Otherwise, I could unplug it and you could line it all you like. Oh, there's somebody living here. This is the lady that lives in the chimney. What is it? Yes, shush USB. I could play with the controller, but that feels like effort. With Pussycat. No. Click like math rocks. Click like maths rocks. Maths clicky clacky rocks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes. Maths rocks. Why can't I steal them all? Hello, can we play some D&D, please?
Hello, I'm Nia.
Oh, You're a novelty dice maker. Can I have some, thanks?
Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade for now.
Oh, in Land Empire, I think she just makes dice.
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate
Ooh.
her about the lynching.
What do you mean by milieux?
Yes, a milieu is like a call-in station. You need a
Ah.
two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these. Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I was so absorbed, I must have missed you knocking.
I didn't knock.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did you have something specific in mind?
Yes, I would like one that's like swirls of like green and purple, please. With I need the numbers to be really clear. I want the whole set of 7. And I want like a really cool symbol for the 20 on the D20 instead of a 20. No, it doesn't explode when it gets a nat 20, because then if it gets nat 20s, it's a good dice. I don't want it to explode. Maybe it could light up. Maybe play a little tune when it gets a nat 20. And maybe make a when it gets a nat 1. Of course I've thought this out. No! Because then you fail the check, and you've got a hole in your desk, and you need to buy new dice. Nat 1 equals dice jail, just for a little while, until it behaves itself better.
I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
That is not why I'm here, but I do
Role-playing
want some
games?
dice.
You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
I mean, that would increase your profits as a dice maker, I guess. If every die was single use only. Maybe that's your business plan, Villa. Yes, I like role-playing games. I need some
Very
dice.
good. My rate is 10 real per set. Unless you want something really unusual.
I've only got 6.
Take a look around and see if there's any particular stone you want to use.
It almost looks as if the stones and dice are a natural part of the room, growing out of the shelves.
I want
like
to visit her in real life.
No falsehoods are present. She's a novelty dice maker and doesn't have anything to hide. Ask what you need.
How did you become
How did
a dice
I
maker?
become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition.
I love how I'm still holding the torch, shining it in her eyes.
Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there.
Do you like them yourself?
Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Role players are nice people.
Some of those nice people have big bucks to spend on novelty items. She's thankful for the security.
Especially fancy click-clack maths rocks. Okay.
Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Oh. Yeah.
Ah, yes. Fortress Accident. It's too bad they never finished their game. The Wirral Untethered die is a variation of a standard role-playing die. Only, instead of plants, it uses motives of ice and death. And loss, of course.
Of course.
Ice, death, loss. Sounds like you.
It doesn't though, does it?
I'm thinking something made from alligator jawbone, cast in black resin. The reptile bone is as white as ice and dead as, well, death. For 7 real, I could have it ready in 8 hours.
You've only got 6.
It's an icositetrahedron, a 24-sided die that can produce results for
Ooh.
2-sided, 3-sided, 4-sided, 6-sided, and 12-sided die with a single roll. Technically, you can also use it for many other sizes, but you may need to reroll results.
Loving it. So nifty.
Why do you need to cast it in
Untreated
resin?
bone is porous and prone to chipping. Cast it in something hard like resin though, and voila, it's perfect.
Want
Great.
it.
See you in 8 hours then. Was there anything else?
Oh, now I need to find another dollary-doo. Oh yeah, there was a murder.
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity
Look,
here.
Inland Empire, I've told you.
The
Shush.
lieutenant looks at his notebook. Then the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
That is true. I only need 0.28 dollary-doos.
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window.
A daily ruckus, you say?
Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's heard of the murder, but did not see it, sire.
I don't know if I like or hate that you call me sire. Drama.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
You never took your eyes off
I
work to
might
look out the
have,
window.
but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness.
It's light here, but dark in the yard at night.
It's really hard to make anything out
Your
in
Grace.
the yard when it's dark
Dunno,
outside.
it's a bit weird when
Besides,
when your
I rarely
brain
get
is
up
using
to look out
honorifics
the
to
window
talk
when
to
I'm in
you.
the zone. It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home.
I see. Thank you for your answer.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
Where are we
We're
anyway?
inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her
I
about
don't
the
know
curse.
if I would call her an entity.
Creative.
Do you know what happened to the other tenants?
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Oh, quite a lot of them spring to mind.
Okay. Yeah, all of them. Hairstyle.
Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts.
Oh, I need to switch my
They're
light on
scared of
because I
that
can't
word.
see. Oh. Scared of the word genderless or scared of the word haircut?
A bit of experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
That is true.
It's not about the haircut. It's about the confidence.
I don't have
Me
opinions on
neither.
hairstyles.
I just wanted off my face.
What happened to the gym?
It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemiteps Boxing Club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime.
That's what Kuno needs.
Kuno? Who's Kuno?
He's the little ginger gremlin who likes to defile dead bodies.
Oh, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth?
Yeah.
Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid.
Who was Artemita?
A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back.
How did it work out?
It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines.
Is it?
It's not really full of that.
Huh.
No one would store their drugs like that.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since.
Broken
Oh,
windows?
this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with this one, right? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milieu. Who would have guessed?
What's the snuff milieu?
And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own.
Cool, very cool about the debris, but what's a snuff milieu?
It's a sub-Rosa radio station that broadcasts real murders with real victims. Some people pay good money to get off on it.
Nothing changes in her tone as she says that, as if it's just another piece of information to lay out for the world.
Right, hang on. This is important. So, what do I need? What do I need? What do I need? I need... can't remember. Where is it? So... I could do that again. And that again. What do I need? What do I need? What do I need? Endurance.
Don't worry, the ICP has a separate division that deals exclusively with unlicensed sub-roses.
I've got some more thoughts I could internalise, but I don't have any more slots for them. And I don't think they're particularly useful to me. I've got rigorous self-critique or white mourning, and they both seem a bit self-defeating. This is only day one. Still on day one.
Good luck with that. It's not easy catching those perpetrators.
Stuffed animals?
You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
Why'd you call him a taxidermist? If he didn't do taxidermy, he just did drugs. Why don't you call him the druggie?
Anything else?
Mannequins?
There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came.
Do insects have rights?
Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings.
Yes, I did know that, Villa. So this one would give me -1 authority while I'm doing it, and this one would also give me -1 authority. But I don't know what they do. But, like I say, I don't think either of them are useful enough to me to spend a skill point unlocking. Yeah. When I need more endurance and stuff. Because now I can maybe go and deal with the hanged man. Oh, I guess these are white because I haven't tried them at all. So that's why they're white. I didn't try them in the first place. But yeah, I could go and have another go at the hanged man. Pick up dice from the dice maker, yes. When can I do that? Soon.
And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection.
I like insects.
Really? Anyway.
Poor guy. Suddenly, you get a feeling that insects are important to the case somehow. It's hard to say why.
Rotorblades
They
and
were made
skis?
by a company called Slipstream.
Yeah, I got that.
After they pivoted from making rotor blades to
that's
skis,
the way it went.
their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
I love that she just knows
Honestly,
everything.
I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashtkor or wherever he is. The usual, I imagine. That he's been thinking up all kinds of new business plans and can't wait to get started on them just as soon as he returns.
Men like that are a curse.
Oh, have we hit a nerve there, Lieutenant?
Sure, but Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those skis and blades are still lying around in the house. Not much use now, I guess.
I guess.
They were just the props. Why return them?
A strange machine?
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
Yeah.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral. They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules.
Liberal?
The usual. They ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time.
What went wrong?
Well, I did hear them talking at times.
Tell me more. I want all the gossip.
They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
Oh dear, did they get sucked into the world they were inventing?
She sounds almost mocking when she says that.
It did look impressive.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time.
I mean, showing up to work on time is incredibly hard.
And so is producing something extraordinary.
Yes, it is.
Something strains her face before she looks up again.
Anything else?
Beverage.
Oh boy, the fabled Revachol ICT. You're in for a treat here.
Oh.
The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
What were their other ideas?
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth.
Is that good money or bad money?
And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Sounds like she really doesn't know how to be a female ally. Fritta does the same thing.
Yeah, I know a girl like that. She works in Fritta.
Employing silky teenage girls is a widespread practice, yes. Unfortunately, they always come in packs. I'm talking about acne-ridden girlfriends and gorilla-like boyfriends loitering near the shop. At least that's what happened with Revachol ICT. And they already had the bear.
What about the bear?
The bear.
It didn't work out?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one
I
wants
liked
ice
the
cream
bear.
Guarded by a hostile apex predator.
I'd have that
To
in my
make
house.
matters worse,
It
the
wouldn't
fridge
fit in
didn't
my
work
house.
too well either.
But
And
I would
half the
have it in
ice
my
cream
house.
Came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Revachol ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents a piece. out of regular fridges.
I killed the bear.
You did what?
I murdered it with my own bear. No, I'd unplugged the fridge.
Ugh, of course they left it plugged in. Even in death, the bear is costing them money. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherian.
Sounds cool.
Does sound cool.
Why is everyone doing drugs in this place? Even the taxidermist?
Megatherian?
Megatherian, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life by telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
I feel like that's a lie. I haven't done drugs yet as him. But I feel like he has.
Do you? Well, good luck keeping it under control.
I feel like Kim is my vision beast.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire. Anything else? Not of good.
Other questions.
I hope it clarified things a bit.
Curse.
I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true.
Pleasant sent me.
Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow?
No, it's not. It's not doing well.
All right. But it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex.
The waitress just took off and customers have trouble paying the bills. And I'm not the common link in all of that at all.
And then there is me. I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million real business
Someone should have
idea,
warned Gart
yet somehow
a couple of
I've
days
survived
ago about
despite
me.
the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it?
Maybe it's just because she's so talented that she's been able to woo the curse.
Plaisance thinks that she's the malicious
Malignant
entity.
entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
Well, kind of, in that I've already spent money I haven't got on dice that you're going to make for me.
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Yeah, there's no curse.
Exactly. Truth is always so disappointingly mundane and boring. But I'm glad we got this sorted out. Anything else I can help you with today?
That's all she has to say on the subject. She's been thorough and truthful, as far as we can see.
Why aren't you calling me Sire anymore, Driver?
The bookstore closes starting 2100. You'll have to do that tomorrow.
Have to do what tomorrow? Ugh, shivers.
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here.
I'm not gonna do that in front of this nice lady.
She has begun to idly clean one of her carving tools with a dirty kerchief.
I'm listening.
No, I don't know any other
Good.
questions.
I hope it clarified things a bit.
Okay, cool. So I can go back to Pleasance another day. This is still only day one. This is mad. I think we've seen everything in this building now. Is there any way to fast travel in this game? Oh, yeah, there's another way out, isn't there? I was like, how do I get out of this building? But there was another way somewhere. Don't know if I can remember where though. Ah, this way. Is it? Oh, maybe the ice cream freezer maker thingy has defrosted.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. With the
More
permit.
logic for that. Could go and try and inspect the corpse now. Or I could leave it till the morning. Let's give it another go. It can't hurt, right? Is Kuno gone? No, Kuno's still here. Go home, Kuno.
There he still is, looking right.
Come on.
As you breathe,
Yes!
the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes, the man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
Boots.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them. Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
What kind of armor is it?
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be.
Where?
Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
What happened to the rest of it?
The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form, ageless and synthetic.
Looks out of place
It is.
here.
It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics.
How much are we talking about?
For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
That's a lot, I
As a
take it.
wage, it's regrettably small. But for a piece of hardware, yes, that's a lot.
How could he afford it?
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company. But that's just hearsay.
Look pretty advanced for security.
I
guard.
agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
Knock on the
A
boot.
small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup.
Sounds fragile.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are hundreds of them altogether, like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps. If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy surface.
Hello,
fractures
Purple
into
Malice.
ever more
Welcome,
intricate
welcome, welcome.
interconnections,
Lovely to see you.
peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice.
I notice what?
The whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100, 1000.
Serial number.
Good. Can you read it to me?
X5415 6745
Why,
678
drama, why would I lie?
2.
And you didn't even call
Let's
me sire.
lie.
No, why would I lie?
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
Right, last time I tried to pull the boot off and that went badly. So
The
I won't
cadaver
try.
slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Have you played this game, Purple Malice? Don't ask me how I know, but this is a lashing belt used for airlifting cargo.
Airlifting? I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
Apparently, this is the reinforced kind. My brain tells me
The
so.
local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
It's reinforced with steel
I was
wiring.
afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed.
Are you assuming dock workers did
The
it?
brief suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing?
My past has undergone total annihilation. Nothing remains. My mother, the love of my life, certainly not a briefing.
Okay, you should ask me for one the first moment we get.
Okay. How did they get him up
A
there?
noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around.
Did they climb up using the ladder?
That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory. The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos.
Tattoos.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars,
What will mine be marked by?
alcohol, and heartbreak.
Yeah, well. Is it the night
A
sky?
map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe. But this seems more particular. Customized somehow.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and you feel as though you were only half right.
I'm missing something here.
So am I.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears, some sort of camera.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
Oh, you still here?
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it.
What do we need
It
it
contains
for?
insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around.
Can I have it?
Sure. Just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. There is no one home, just subaquatic terrors there. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
Lovely. Who are you, dead man?
The corpse is dead silent. You have no idea why you just said that.
Who is he? He is male, 40 to 50, with an athletic build.
The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from its stench, eyes like a shark. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. This is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration?
Absurd.
Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
His face and hands are pink, thighs too.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid streams down his thigh and onto his boot.
So, what do you think?
I think he was upright after death. His hands, feet, and neck are discolored.
Agreed. Especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports a hanging.
Could it still be he was moved
There's
after
always
death?
a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
He's beaten up. See the bruises?
I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
God damn it, Kuno!
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
Something is coming out of
The pool
him.
of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet.
Lovely.
Purge liquid is dripping into it, drop by drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Maybe he went to the toilet sometime before
Maybe.
death. Back up.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
How do we get him down?
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
We've been thorough.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters,
Skill
but I don't
points.
see a good angle of approach to the belt.
I don't have any... No, I don't have anything useful here. I don't want to do either of those, so... What do I need to improve? Where's the rest of the armour? That's savoir-faire, electrochemistry, empathy. There's a lot of physical instrument stuff. It's just a lot of random stuff, isn't there? Just need more of everything. Let's do physical instrument.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
Hang on. So now I can do trash container, barbell, and ice cream maker potentially. Although I don't think I need to do trash container because I had the key, didn't I?
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the bed without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material.
We could shoot him down?
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
The buckle holds the belt
Where?
together.
Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain a Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss Kuno!
Take the shot.
I'll blow his head off.
Oh.
Take it! Take the shot!
Yeah, take the shot. Kuno wants some of that shit.
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle loader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Easy does it.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The chick's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
God damn it.
He feels bad about it. About his eyes mostly. Just having bad eyesight. Probably from a young age. Whatever you do, do not console him.
Fucking idiot! Mookabat asshole!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
It's okay, man.
Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano Clad.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word. Just looks at the gun in his hand.
Try again?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
Let me do it.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't...
They only have one gun!
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boyka! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right
Make
through the
Bakelite.
dart, instinctively resting on the trigger.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth!
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Come on.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss.
Your
Left
field
eye
of
first.
view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the evening light as the corpse slowly rotates. The slow movement of the branch in the wind and your shoulders directing the gun sink up, dancing hypnotically.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
A plume of smoke erupts from the barrel. Your hand goes numb from the explosion. With your ears still ringing, you lower the weapon to see what happened. You missed the belt, but hit the corpse straight in the chest. Bits of ribcage protrude from the skin. No blood, only a murky sludge dripping down his belly. The sudden stink makes your eyes water.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry! I knew it! What a mulko!
Something wrong with your weapon, Lieutenant.
Is sufficiently precise, officer, especially at close range.
Is it though?
It's not the gun's fault you can't shoot. It's your pig hands.
Yeah.
Pigs don't have hands. They have, like, fucking hooves or something.
Trotters.
Kuno has hands. Kuno can shoot that shit down for you.
No. No, Kuno.
Cop's bitter because he fucked that corpse up, Kuno. What a fucking caterpillar.
We still need to get him down somehow.
How?
The bad way. The way I didn't want us to. By asking the harbor for help. They have the tools and the men. If they put him up there, they can take him down too.
How do we get inside?
From the gates. By negotiating or fighting. Or we can try the secret route we found, where your cloak is. It looked doable.
I mean, did it though? Did it?
To the gates. Let's fight, I say. To the gates. But we negotiate.
Alright. But I feel like it's...
We should think about calling it a day, maybe.
Yes.
The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
But I can't
We should take care of that then.
But I
Let's
don't
talk
have
to
the
him
money.
anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
Okay. Okay.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than
Oh,
you
he's a good
already
guy,
do.
isn't he? I like him.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man.
Yeah,
It still kind of looks like a map of the stars,
Who are
gone
you? What's the meaning?
for you to discover. Someone who knows about history could tell you.
Who knows about history? Maybe that woman in the wheelchair. What's her name? Lena? Lena. Maybe. Ooh, loads of people around. Can't talk to any of them though. Talk to you.
Hello again, sweetie.
Can't ask anything.
Can I help you?
So about that money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
I was wondering if we could come to some sort of arrangement for tonight.
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I'm gonna let Kim talk.
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Oh, good boy, Kim.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment.
I mean, I've still got my key.
Good luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
This conversation isn't going anywhere, is it?
Not until you bring me the money.
Okay.
Okay.
I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this, The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Okay. Okay, let's go look in your motor carriage. Do you know anything about tattoos?
I can't believe it's snowing again. It felt like springtime just a few days ago.
It's so late and you're still
I'm
here.
a nighthawk. What can I say?
She's still here because you're still here.
You don't have to stay here because of us.
I like the city at night. Don't you?
Spying on me.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
Transport enclosure? Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
What are they?
They are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
What do you mean you confiscated
A
them?
couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
Isn't that
I
correct?
don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Did you want to put them on your machine?
No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Yes, outrageously cool.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
I'm sorry you have to sell them because of me. No, I'm not going to say anything.
The spinners shine so bright they reflect on the lieutenant's glasses. He doesn't say anything either.
You said something about a pawn
Yes,
shop.
there's one 100 meters south of here. I think it's called Roy's Nest or something. If I'm not mistaken, it should be open late.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
I can't take his spinners.
All right, let's not take them now. Then come back once we realize we have to. Have this conversation again, and then take them.
Sounds likely. The cage
All right,
at the...
I'll
I
take them.
confiscated this for a little while back.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
I need to talk on the radio as well.
57, how may I assist you?
Armored boots.
Observe, officer. What's the number? And the make... Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by then.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isolari law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the coalition government.
Okay.
57, over and out.
In the cabin, you see
I feel like if I had internalized the hobo doodah, then I could have slept in the trash. But I did not. Which way's south? Is this way south? Where's the pawn shop? Hobo doodah. Yeah, I don't word good. Words are hard. English is hard. What's this? Huh. Gloves! Do not need more electrochemistry, but you know. Is this south? I don't know where south is. Aha, found it. Oh, I've got to sell your hubcaps. I'm sorry, Kim. Oh, there's lots of stuff.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back.
Win her back?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine.
I haven't got any
Why,
money.
What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
What's this?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Who?
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
Go on
Did
then.
I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
Okay. Well. Okay. Because I'm getting the money for the hubcaps and I don't owe it all. Don't owe it all.
Yes?
Oh, that's you. Nothing. I thought it was like a mannequin or something.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
In the street.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
His silhouette looks like a mannequin, alright?
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently. This would make quite a statement in your living room.
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
How much?
700 real. A bargain,
Whoa.
I dare say.
Yeah, right.
Hey, I don't know where it came from, but it's not every day you get to buy and sell
Cost
something so
700.
extraordinary.
You have 622. Yeah.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels. One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved.
Stereo 8 approved, you say?
This is you. Golden orange.
Yes.
A sunset suite.
It is me.
Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Is it in working
Absolutely.
order?
I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though, I don't really like music.
Stereoated food machine.
Is the Harman Welshie W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
I want it.
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Okay. What I think is I need to pawn this stuff.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my
Have a
pawn
good night's
shop.
sleep.
What
Come back
can
in the
I do
morning.
for you?
Buy some dice.
His courtesy is not
Buy some
insincere,
things from this guy.
but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Have you had any trouble lately?
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have complained about inconsistent law enforcement.
Who are your customers usually?
All
That's a
kinds
good
of
question,
people
Kim.
come
Well done.
through here. Locals, travellers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained.
Something I'd like to
Yes,
sell.
we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump-a-mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you. Here's the 60 real you need for your bill. Do not waste
Oh. I thought I'd get all the 200.
The rest is for him, to compensate for
Oh.
the pain of being separated from his radiant spinners.
Oh, Kim.
The windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I'll check my
Anything
pockets.
else you're thinking of selling?
The pen is useful, not his handkerchief. No point selling the postcards. Oh. I'm not a silly sissy. I'm a sad sissy. Fascinating photo of a corpse.
Oh, no. I don't like those kinds of objects. No sale. Aphotic paths, counter-radiance networks, anti-magnetism. It's darkness. That's all I know. Sell me something lighter.
Do I look like somebody who knows how anyone else feels? Like, is that the face of someone who is in tune with how this guy might feel?
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are, but the tattoos on the man are not that.
Okay. I
Another
don't have
time,
anything.
perhaps.
Is he high?
Okay, he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've
He is my
probably
half brother after all.
and
That is
many
true.
other
That is
things
true.
besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. Looking at his wares, talking to him, that might give you more clues.
I can hear a cat snoring, but I can't see a cat anywhere. Don't know where he is. Fast asleep somewhere.
A guarded man like him wouldn't tell you if you asked out loud.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Do you know anything about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery.
It's a good plan.
Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
He doesn't know anything.
Can you help me get a corpse out of
The
a tree?
corpse behind the hostel, I assume. I don't have a truck with a mounted platform or anything of that sort myself. Ask around the harbour. There might be some workers there who'd be willing to help.
There might.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colours.
Do you have any, like, police guns?
Someone else came here earlier
Oh.
today asking the same question.
Oh.
I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
I pawned my gun.
This is a pawn shop.
Great.
And it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God.
Great.
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
I sold you my gun.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
There's something you're not telling
You
me.
weren't quiet yourself, officer.
What was I like?
You were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
Very normal behaviour. You must have been in great shape.
How much did I sell it for?
15 real.
Is that all?
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still turn out to be a bad dream. It's not, though. This has got to be the most. Wow. There's pity there, too. In case you didn't notice.
I'm sorry you had to see me in that state.
No apologies necessary, officer.
Was the buyer a policeman?
She didn't seem like a policeman. Although she kept referring to herself as a pig.
Hello, little doodle.
was
Welcome,
odd.
welcome, welcome.
I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive. But I was just happy to get rid of it. And of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the Citizens Militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Yeah, apparently that's what happened to get him.
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
I don't like it either. What if she intends to commit a crime and blame it on the citizens?
You're
militia?
right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
How can I find her?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
God damn it.
Of course.
Have you played this game, little doodle? Right. Sleepy, sleepy bedtime. Sleep, sleepy policeman. Hello, I got some money. Can I go in my room now, please? Hi.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it?
Yes.
Well,
Here's 60 real.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
Okay.
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow.
I know having to pay to live somewhere is just all kinds
Please
of
pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests.
Okay. Oh, I need to find my gun. I need to ask him to tell me about the case. I could have another go at the barbell. Kim, tell me about the case.
Yes. What do you want to know?
Did I not ask all of this before?
Yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the wall. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. They didn't identify themselves. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. That's right.
Okay, cool.
Good.
I should probably talk to 2 people. What? You should probably talk to about 2 people about them for this. What? How do I ask people about them?
Can I help you?
An intricate web of blue. It still kind of looks...
I did break the skewer. That's true. Oh, hello, Tiki. Hello, gorgeous. Hi. Tiki wants fusses.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Oh, I found my other cat as well. He was literally under my chair. That's why I could hear him snoring. Ooh, lagging. Why is it lagging? See, you mention a camera and it starts lagging. How's that even a thing? How is that a thing? Yes, both my cats are here in the room with me right now. But if I turn my camera on, then everything lags. Is it lagging for you guys, or is it just lagging on my screen? The mouse does not look smooth. Tiny bit. Okay. Let me know if it gets bad and I will try to do something to fix it. I don't know what, but I can try. Good night,
Just
Lieutenant.
a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
All right, let's go.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation first and foremost.
Seems better
But I
now.
also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM.
I fixed it. I don't know what I did, but I fixed it. Whoop, whoop. I didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How did you get so cool, Kim?
This isn't cool. It's
He's
an
so cool.
unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit, below it all.
I don't know. Should I smoke? Should I not?
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes.
Okay.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think it
Well,
went?
we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it.
We did. Eventually.
I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow up on.
Good.
Then you shot him in the chest.
I did shoot him in the chest, yes. That was
And we
not...
still have to get him down from the tree.
Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't...
By not ideal, he means he can't believe he let you try that trick and would be angry if he didn't feel the outcome was partly his responsibility.
Still can't believe I missed
Being
it.
sober tends to help with precision.
All right, all right, all right.
Moving on to the interviews. We weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow.
Yep.
We didn't talk to the Wild Pines rep. We really must do that tomorrow.
Yep.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I don't know why I do the things I do.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
Just look into the night.
The dying lights of the city
Am I
shimmer
picking
below,
up on a romance?
slowly, like luminous
I don't
clouds
think I'm
that
picking up
pass
on a
under his
romance,
lenses.
but I can ship
The
them, right?
lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. Two glowing circles.
I can ship myself with some amphetamines.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company.
Electrochemistry is my
Not daring
worst
to come
enemy,
here
I
more
tell you.
often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts.
Electrochemistry and... what was the other one? Inland Empire. They're trying to lead me astray.
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I hope our investigation will help improve the situation here. At least you sound
Me
good.
too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
So what are our powers exactly?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offences, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
1,000? Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Okay, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Wait, how can you be sure they'll show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
If someone resists?
We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary,
wild.
even lethal.
So if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
Have you ever killed anyone?
Yes. The last time was 4 years ago.
Oh.
He says it matter-of-factly and moves on. He has internalized it well. It's just that. A fact. A self-contained past event.
Have I ever killed anyone?
That's an improbability. Perhaps even impossibility.
I don't know if I really want
Precinct
to know.
41 is known for a higher than average rate of police violence.
What happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couronne and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
Who makes all these rules?
The coalition government and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
I'll say nothing.
Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum.
What's the moral intern?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
I really don't know. That's how bad it is in here.
Okay. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. My brain don't work good. I don't think his brain it doesn't brain right now. It's recovering from being thoroughly pickled. So many acronyms. I hope I don't need to be taking all this in. I hope he's taking it all in. So that I don't need to take it all in. Because I'm not taking it all in. What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are DeLoreans.
They're DeLoreans. Okay, well that explains everything.
Set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
What's their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous.
Inland Empire. Ooh. Who is Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change.
There's so many voices in my head right now.
Like that's about to happen.
Inland Empire is more dramatic than drama. At least drama calls me sire sometimes, which is, you know, kind of polite. Inland Empire is just like, everything's ominous and weird. Yeah, I think I definitely want to play through it again, like, being opposite, because I guess I'm kind of, where is it? I've kind of gone for what I think I'm like. Yeah. It would be interesting to play it with, like, one skill really high and the other's really low. Or vice versa.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like the Morrolinter?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But yeah, it would be interesting to do a run where... Oh, wrong thing. Where I'm high on physique and motor and low on the thinkings.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
I have an opinion.
Do you?
Oh, what's my opinion? Half-Light. I haven't really come across Half-Light. Where is it? There. It's not really... That's not cropped up yet. Hmm. And Shivers. Shivers is what wanted me to take my clothes off. In front of that dice lady. That would be interesting. I feel like Shivers and Inland Empire together would be interesting. I mean, well, yeah, it is because I failed. That is true. That is true. I did fail the Shivers check, and then it tried to make me take my clothes off. Things are bad out there. We need them here, giving us the right to police
In
over
fact,
Sean.
we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
Maybe we should make our own law.
Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Level up! Ooh. Okay. Again, I don't really want to spend on a slot when I haven't got anything I want to internalize yet. So I think I definitely want to increase something. What needs increasing? What was... Oh, that was him. Logic for the ledger. Empathy for Kuno. What do we think? Everything wants something different. You're thinking about getting lemon squares after work. I mean, that's not something you should ever think about. That's something you just do, right? I could save it. I could... Save it for a roll I want. Yeah, maybe. That's true. That's true. Lagging again. I wonder if it's lagging in this room. Because there's a lot going on.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Yeah, gathering up skill checks isn't a bad strat. Yeah.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
Crawling. Sleep, sleep.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't.
What's it?
And then sleep doesn't come.
Oh, but I want to sleep.
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Check the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly.
Check the blanket.
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing.
I mean, I'm glad it's my body. It'd be weird if I was trying to sleep using someone else's body.
Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
I mean, at least it's not a carousel of cocks, right? Roll over
It's
to
a
the other
little
side.
better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
No, sleeping.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
What now? Please tell me I'm not dreaming about Kuno. I don't want to dream about Kuno. Whew, Kuno's not here. Well, that's good.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
Oh, that's me. Favourite baked good? All of them? I do like Eccles cakes. Really like Eccles cakes. Probably Eccles cakes. Ooh, they're like puff pastry with just loads of like raisins inside, like absolutely crammed full of raisins. Google them. They are tasty, tasty, tasty. I remember nothing.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Who?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth?
There you go. For Google purposes.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there. One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where
Harry,
the
is that my
hell
name
are
then?
yours?
I can get it all back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
Oh wait, I've just noticed there's a disco ball on the noose. On the rope. What's Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the useless.
Apparently it's not
On the
Raphael and it's not
surface.
Guillaume either.
The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people.
The Disco Elysium was the friends we met along the way.
You really fucked up.
Ask them if they've got Eccles cakes, Villa. I've seen you before.
No, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And the act is wearing thin, too. The spots on the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time.
Thought I
Sweating
recognised the
up
voice.
bed.
It's my ancient reptilian brain.
Stinky boy.
Oh, hello, limbic system. You're here too, are you?
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
Trying to solve the case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
No.
Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
That doesn't sound like a good song. Well, I'm all healed up, if nothing else, so that's good.
Good going, buddy.
Oh, not you. What the hell was that?
Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the hell is going on?
You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
To be fair, I don't think I ate or drank at all yesterday. So there's that. Why is this happening?
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline.
What is
Speed is a
speed?
potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. How else did you think you even got up from this floor?
Did you get Eccles cakes, Villa?
It's power, man. It's
lemon
professionalism. It makes you feel like you're young again and ready to detect. Ready to go to war against the world.
I don't know. Should I do the speed? Should I not do? I'm not going to go looking.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
No
Suit
electrochemistry. I
yourself,
won't do it.
Slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
They didn't have any. Did you ask them if they had Eccles cakes? Did they know what Eccles cakes were? Is this where Kim lives? Oh, he's not answering. This lady, maybe I should
The
talk
door
to some
is
more.
closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside.
Oh, an Eckleless bakery. In sad times.
A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
Swallow
the
the
door
emotion.
is closed.
You make your own. Oh, I've never made Eccles cakes. Ooh, that room's open. Morning, Kim.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
And then the men Gart told us about
I
yesterday.
completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
What do you mean
I
rowdy?
mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Maybe we should call him
That
reinforcements.
would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
Let's
One
roll.
more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms. But aren't you curious to know what they have to say about the murder?
I am curious. And it is the breakfast of
They're in
champions.
no
yeah.
hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Hello.
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway.
Is everything okay?
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working.
I've got a radio.
The Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
We've got a radio, Lena.
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night.
Oh no.
But they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Okay, I'll bite.
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
Maybe he's gone to Scarlet Hollow to look for the... Oh, what were they called? What were they called? It's been so long since I've played Scarlet Hollow. What are the things called? Can't remember.
But you have more important things to worry about.
Ditchlings, that's them. Maybe he's gone to Scarlet Hollow to look at the ditchlings. What expedition was your
Just some
husband on?
field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect.
Oh, I don't think ditchlings are insects.
But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
Do you trust Gary?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
Are they in a rough neighborhood?
There's a nameless old fishing village nearby, but we've never had any trouble there before. There is a lot of crime around here, isn't there?
There is, yeah.
I can't say it's the best part of town, but I wouldn't worry too much about a pair of grown men traveling together.
Do it. Find her husband. This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
For once, Inland Empire, I agree with you.
Some fringe science is exactly what's needed right now. Spice up that vanilla murder investigation.
Hell yeah.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but...
It's just police
Yes,
work.
but a junior officer could... Fine. Our victim's already been dead more than a week. One more diversion won't change anything.
Also, it's more important to deal with crimes involving living people than dead people, because the dead dude is gonna stay dead. Doesn't really matter how long it takes us to solve that case. Whereas an alive dude might not still be alive forever. So, might have to solve it faster.
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel.
The water lock on the canal is broken. How do I know that?
Oh my. What happened to the water lock?
Probably just some technical problem.
Whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
Did I really just solve it? No. I didn't.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
Of course.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
No, I work on solving murders. Just solving murders isn't as important as solving missing people, surely. Because missing people might turn into murders if you don't solve them fast. Whereas murder, I mean, if you've been murdered, you stay murdered, generally. Nothing worse happens. I mean, unless it's like a serial killer or something, but you know. If I see him, I'll let him know you're here when or if I get there.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
So he's a scientist?
Yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist to be more precise.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
Kim, come on.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
Bit of tact.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline, but you doubt there was ever a time when cryptozoology was embraced by the academic elite. She's completely internalized her husband's struggles.
Oh.
They are her own.
Tell me about some cool cryptids.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
Tell me cryptids.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
Tell me about
dear.
Noel.
I'm not sure where to begin.
What's he look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
I mean, working out odds is my job, generally. But, I would need to know a lot more information before I could work out those odds.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Let's try again.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
I mean, it tells me the DC, doesn't it? Where was it? Where was it? DC was 11, I got 9.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn.
Oh.
Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary,
16's a good number.
I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How did you meet?
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say.
Why are you ashamed to say?
I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
He's 2 days from retirement.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful.
What's this
Oh,
rare
sweetie,
insect?
it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
Yeah, they probably did meet off Tinder. But, you know, how else do you meet people?
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
I want to hear about the insect.
Well,
Shush you, Kim.
It's a phasmid, technically, but...
Cryptinder.
Ah yes.
I like it.
Phasmatodia, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially. Oh yeah. Here comes the interesting.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
Perhaps I will.
I knew it. we're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
Kim, she's right there.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all. Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
So the clipping.
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
You seem really excited.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses.
Oh, do I have to ask all of these? Is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Ambush. Is it valuable?
Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Not asking about that because that's stupid. What's so special
Oh dear.
about it?
I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
Okay. Well, thank you. Might have been a load of nonsense, but thank you. You study law? So you're not a gardener.
Let me handle this.
You seem a little different today. Less hospitable.
You are far from home, Lieutenant. This isn't a district known for its love of self-proclaimed militiamen.
Okay, let's talk
Not
seriously.
a muscle moves in her face, but her eyes trace yours, stern and perceptive.
You are looking for Titus Hardy, who you think has information on a murder the RCM is investigating. You want to interview him. That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming. Nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest.
You will respect my authority.
She
What's the
says
gardener
nothing.
gonna do?
Her glare speaks for her.
What's your role?
Obviously, I'm a lawyer. A legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. I would urge you to consider what you say to my clients.
I like how you say, obviously I'm a lawyer. I mean, yesterday you were a gardener, so...
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
What are you going to do to me?
What are we going to do to you?
Maybe she'll be a baker and then she can make us some
The
Eccles
union
cakes.
isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
Okay, I'll talk to Titus. What's that? Spittoon? Hawthorn bushes. Why is that a hum?
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass.
It's not
like
time
bony
yet.
fingers.
Squint.
There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold outside.
We'll have a go. Might get a double six.
Nothing.
Oh!
Even though you know you should see it.
We
you
did
don't.
get a double six.
Just branches like black tangles of hair. Motionless. The wind in the yard doesn't reach the hawthorn. Maybe come back later and you can try again.
Oh. All the doggos.
It wasn't time yet. You have to know of the girl. Return when you know more.
Ooh. That's annoying that I succeeded, but I can't succeed. Okay.
This is where you say your bit.
Okay, yeah.
Detective.
Okay, this is where it gets serious. Don't say anything yet.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
We need to talk about the man hanged up.
Oh, this is about him. A real looker, that won't.
Oh, were you two were you together?
You're sure taking your time, waiting for him to get ripe and pretty for you, huh?
Oh, he was a real pretty boy by now. Real hot stuff. Letting out that pretty boy smell.
Time to go to work in the shit factory!
But that's what my subconscious said last night. Are you in my head, Shanky?
Easy, boys. These janitors have a hell of a job cut out for them. I mean, I wouldn't go in there for $1 million.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Thank you, gardener lady.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard.
Ooh.
Chances are they're going to match.
Yeah, calculus. Scan the moon.
Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man. In his 30s. Overbearingly masculine. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 45 or 46. Eldest in the room. Probably mid-50s. Smoker. Quiet. Across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk or Sarah Mauritian. In his late 30s, early 40s. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock Quarter. There were incarcerations. Hard to say what else. The
My
ink
brain is
fading.
good.
And then, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 46. The big dick. Wide at the shoulders and lean at the hips. Rugby cap,
Yeah, I'm definitely glad I
fingerless
chose
gloves,
this as like
and
my
numerous scars. A little under
my
40.
key skill, whatever what's it called? Signature skill.
The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. A little patch below it reads T. Hardy, Captain. In the far corner, standard working boot, steel reinforced toes. Size 44. 40-something. Non-alcoholic beverage in hand. You squint. Is that a plectrum?
A plectrum?
On his neck. Forget it. It's not important. Let's call this one the musician.
Okay, drama.
Size 41. With the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man with a rat face. Mean, watery eyes, and 2 front teeth missing. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46. Deep marks. Probably carried the victim over.
Angus.
He alone is 130 kilos. Add the man in armor, and you could easily exceed 220. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprints were theirs, but there's a discrepancy.
The odd soul.
Exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not saying anything. Hit them
4
with
seconds,
questions.
it says, yeah.
Where's the 8th Hardy?
The fuck is with you, fella?
I found 8 sets of footprints, but there's only 7 of you. Where's the 8th Hardy boy?
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy boy. There's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth?
the gardener.
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
Is it the woman who bought my gun?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Did you hang him?
The pretty boy. You guys really love talking about that pretty boy.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Why is there a container belt
Container
around
belt?
his neck?
Like we use in the harbor?
Yes.
Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him.
Oh, that was easy.
We did this together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
So you confessed to murder?
Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened so that you don't waste any more of your time.
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
You murdered him just like that, no remorse?
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in Revachol under the Coalition. During the suzerain's reign, it used to be the firing squad.
I don't know why I can't just arrest all of them, though. Like, if they all did it together, they all get punished together, right?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Reunion?
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the name is unknown.
When you enforce the law, you kill people like it's
But
nothing.
you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die.
Who called the shots?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys.
I mean, that's fine by me.
Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Sure.
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
Who calls the shots?
Who do you fucking think does?
It's the 8th Hardy Boy, the one who's missing, the big dick.
Titus, no one was thinking.
Uh-huh. Got 2 points now. Still haven't got any more of these.
That there's any question who's the leader. That's how he would have ended it. Titus won't let him.
No. Fuck no! The big dick is right here, asshole. You're looking at it. Right.
I
fucking
did hit a nerve.
here.
Disregard the outburst, officer. None of the boys have any comment on their power relations. That night, they acted as one. That's all.
When did this incident
You
occur?
don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Don't prompt him to actually get his dick out. No one wants to see that. How long had you known him?
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean the representative for Wild Pines? The shipping company you are striking against?
No, I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
Why did you...
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town.
So he was a mercenary?
And he stepped out of line.
Okay.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade! Right here in our bar!
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
Okay, but what did he do wrong?
Wrong? He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
Oh, in that case, yeah, fair dues. Hanging from a
From
tree.
rape to harassment to threats of violence. Why the strange de-escalation?
That is
He
de-escalation.
regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. That was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grab one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Was this the same girl who was sexually assaulted?
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
There's something odd here.
Yeah, there is.
Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation.
It is.
Make them talk about it.
Okay, who did he rape?
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's
That'd be
stonewalling
weird.
you.
How did you kill
We
him?
hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school, idiot?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Okay, did you muffle him?
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
Shush you.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and
Okay,
hanged him till
that
he
makes
was
sense.
dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
And Kuno, don't forget Kuno.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first. Then see if it all adds up.
Okay. I'll give that a go.
Actually,
God damn it.
they're admirably, surprisingly composed. The entire room. Given how many questions you've lobbed their way. Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
How did you overpower
With
him?
numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Where did it happen?
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
Okay.
Like what, Copper?
Why don't I just
yeah,
arrest you?
lawman. Why don't you?
It's almost an anthropological sight, watching him try to assert dominance over you.
Not in the arresting mood?
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps closer. Easy. Walk back from the provocation. They're armed, and they outnumber us. The lieutenant tries to establish eye contact with you.
Yeah, I'm backing off.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now make another one and get the fuck out of our booth. We're not gonna do this again.
Okay.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I don't think we're going to be doing that.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is a group responsibility, we're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
I mean, I could up my authority, but I don't think it would help. Okay. Need to do that authority thing. Could go and get some dice. But I think I'm going to end there for the night because I could easily keep playing this all night. But I've got work in the morning. And if I don't stop now seems like a sensible place to stop. I don't know what I'll get into next. So, it is a nice stopping point. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, little doodle. Welcome to our little gang. I'm glad you've enjoyed the stream. I hope everyone watching has enjoyed the stream as much as I have. I've absolutely loved playing this evening. I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, to play some more. And until then, good night.